All right, welcome in everybody to the deck building stream that we achieved by reaching our sub goal. So we reached a sub goal. I said I would make I do a deck building stream for Magic the Gathering Commander, and here we are. Was that salt summary? I'll get to that in a second. I'll get there. I'll explain everything on this page because Architect has its way of doing things, and we'll talk about that. But we'll start with the broad overview because not everybody knows Magic, and not everybody knows. I mean, I'm not going to get into all of Magic because that's a lot. Like, just look at all of the text, even on just like some of these random cards. Like, yeah, there's a lot to go through. But in the basic bit, for the Commander format, all right, just because that's the only thing I play. I used to play, standard Magic back in high school. Got out of Magic for a very long time, and then I've gotten back into it relatively recently, in the Commander format. Commander is a format that is designed in a more casual way. You have they're using 100 card decks, with 99 of those cards being in the deck, and one card being designated as the commander. The commander must be a legendary card, either a legendary creature or something that has been designated to be allowed to be a legendary card, or can associate itself with it. We'll get to that later. The other 99 cards, with the exception of basic land cards, must all be unique cards. So as you can see, there is a giant deck list here. There's a giant set of cards. That's because each one of these has to be unique, with the exception of the basic mountains and the basic islands, because this is a blue-red, also known as Izzet. Izzet. There it is, Izzet. And yeah, these are generally played in groups of 4. Like, you play with 4 people at a table. Sometimes more, sometimes less. It's kind of whatever, but it's designed to be a more casual experience. So Architect. Architect is what I use to make my stuff. It's just what I started using, and I'm used to it at this point. So, obviously, this will say how many cards you have in your deck, whether your deck is legal. Like if I just click on this and put a second Arcane Signet, I now have errors. It'll tell me I can only have 1 copy and needs to be exactly 100 cards. So very simple. It connects to card places like Card Kingdom, TCG Player, Mana Pool, kind of wherever, to give you approximate costs of cards and how much everything would cost if you just bought it right now. It also has a collection to put cards that you own, so you don't have to, so you can just pull straight from your collection. I haven't done that, so I don't know. That would probably make some of my deck costs look a lot lower because I have a lot of the cards. I mean, this one would be basically everything because I've used the deck tags. You can sort by various things, like category to be the type of card, or what effects it has: a blink, a burn, a copy, creatures, draw, basic creatures, yada yada yada. You can sort by the type, which is what I generally do because it makes it easier to look at, but I think that also misses some points, but that's on me. And you can also do color tags, which for me, green means I have it. The uncolored means I don't have it. And this means I should get it. But I have all the cards for this deck, so we're not worrying about that here. And then the salt score. I honestly don't know the salt score. I've not learned how to read this properly. In comparison to other decks, apparently mine's a bit more salty. I guess. I don't know. I don't know if this means other decks that uses Alania, other decks of this color combination, other decks just as a whole. Because frankly, I don't know. And we can also see the estimated... There's a gnat in here. The estimated bracket score, or bracket details. Because they recently changed the brackets. Relatively recently. I actually don't even know when they did that. But they changed the brackets, so this is bracket 2. Kind of more straightforward and nothing crazy. So yeah, I use this just to make stuff. A lot of just, you know, figure out what I want my decks to look like, then use that to decide what I'm getting. This website also has a playtester, so you can playtest your deck a little bit. You can see over here is the command zone. When you're playing with the commander is placed in a separate location. And once they are summoned from the command zone, if they ever go back to the command zone, they cost 2 more to cast every single time. So right now, Alania is 3, a red and a blue. If she ever goes back to the command zone, it is 3, a red and a blue, plus the 2 commander attacks on top of it. And then again for the next time, and then 4, 6, 8, whatever. Depending on how much my opponents hate me and attack my otter. Yeah. This has like tapping abilities, drawing abilities on here to do stuff. It's a good little tester just to test hands really quick. I am not sponsored by Architect. Let's throw that out there right now. Gross. This is gross right here. Not the ad, not the fact that it's an ad. This ad specifically. So yeah, let's get to it, because I mean this can take a while to make decks. It can kind of be all over the place. Just a lot of throwing thoughts at a wall, throwing card ideas at a wall, and seeing what works out. I've decided to start a new deck just called Ideas. That's literally just, hey, here are cards that I think could be fun commanders, and I throw them all in here, and kind of decide what I want to do. Because the long term, very long term, idea would be to get 1 commander for every color and color combination, which there are a lot more than I thought. Like, I mean, obviously you're taking 5, technically 6 colors and, you know, putting those in a variety of combinations. But yeah, as I threw things in here, I put color tags for things close together. So Monk Yatso is right here, and then like some cards that are useful in a deck for a Monk Yatso deck. We have Kroos, Defense Contractor, and Rigo, Strio's Mentor. These 2 would be together in a deck, probably with Kroos being the commander, and then Rigo being the 99. America and Mr. Orfeo. Once again, commander, and then the 99. And these are all just like various, like, these will be in combinations, whereas everything in the default tag here is everything that's just kind of like this could be interesting to have as the commander, and I have no other thoughts. But the one we are going to work on first is the one I've actually been putting a lot of thoughts into lately, which is going to be Viconia, Drow Apostate, who also has Choose a Background. And as I said earlier, there are other things that can be in the command zone, depending on the specific text on the thing. So Choose a Background means you can have a background as a secondary commander. And the one that I found that was interesting was Far Traveler. So we have this deck that we're going to be working on first. So Viconia, Drow Apostate, has... that made it smaller, weirdly enough. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 4 more creature cards in your graveyard, return a creature card at random from your graveyard to your hand. And then Far Traveler is commander creatures you own have at the beginning of your end step exile up to 1 tapped creature you control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. So it's a lot of pulling stuff out of the graveyard, putting it back into your hand, or bouncing it at the end, at your end step off the field and back on to both untap it and get the enter effects again. As such, because I am a child and I wanted to make a funny name, this deck is called Bounce on It Dio, it being the battlefield. So we're gonna be bouncing cards. Divorce, no. No, not divorce. But yeah, so this is a black and white deck. So things we can start. You're creating a bounce deck and calling it that. But this is a black and white deck, so we can do a quick ad here for a swamp and a plains. There are no other options. And just because of how I like to do stuff, we are going to immediately put both of these at 19. So that our number of lands is 38, and we can immediately see that there are 38 lands. So we don't like overestimate how many lands we have. So we just know this is our land total, is 38. And we can adjust this later. We can add dual lands and swap things around, but that's definitely going to play into deck stats. So once we look at the deck stats and see kind of where things lie, we can adjust around that. Other things, as this already says, we're going to add a soul ring, because you do. You just always do. Oh, we should put by type. There we go. Just always add soul ring, because it's just good. It's just good. An arcane signet. Oops. Command tower. These things I add to almost every multicolored deck that I make, like, immediately. Soul Ring, pay 1, and then you can tap it for 2 colorless mana. Arcane Signet, you pay 2, and then you tap it for 1 color in your commander's color identity. Because we have dual commanders of white and black, Arcane Signet can tap for both. Same with Command Tower. Adds any color in your commander's color identity. So all of this just kind of gets auto-added for me to any multicolor deck. Monocolor decks, I don't think need some of these as much, because, like, if you're only running one color, a command tower is actually worse than just a land because you can't grab it with certain cards. Depending. And then if you're running... There are specific, like... there are more specific artifacts you would want instead of a Soul Ring or an Arcane Signet for a monocolor deck. Okay. Looking back on ideas, I do have two other things. We are adding the Solemn Simulacrum. Solemn Simulacrum. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, put that card onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. When this creature dies, you may draw a card. If we have Solemn Simulacrum on the field while we have Far Traveler active, we can bounce Solemn Simulacrum. You can exile and bring it back every single time. And then we can just kind of farm our lands. We can get a lot of lands on the field. A lot of extra lands. For Laconia, if we attack with Solemn Simulacrum, because Far Traveler has to be a tapped creature. So we will be attacking with Solemn Simulacrum. Far Traveler... like if we attack with Solemn Simulacrum and they block it, then it will die. We get to draw a card, and then Viconia at the next upkeep we get to bring this back to our hand and we can play it again. So this is just kind of an auto, like, I don't want to say an auto include, but a very good inclusion in this deck. Oh, and then the last card that I kind of found later, or found separately, is Squall Seed Mercenary. So Final Fantasy in here. Whenever a creature attacks alone, it gains double strike till end of turn. So that's not just Squall, but this is any creature that attacks alone. So if we just attack with Solemn Simulacrum, it gets double strike. And then whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So this is another form of getting stuff out of the graveyard and onto the battlefield. And this also doesn't say, it just says permanent card. So permanent card, mana value 3 or less. That can mean a Soul Ring or an Arcane Signet if your opponents destroy your artifacts. It can be, it can actually be lands, from what I was seeing, because I saw people make decks kind of based around Squall. In that, like, you can just have Squall keep bringing back lands from your graveyard, bring back things that you will then tap to destroy to do stuff, and, like, because of how it works, because of double strike, you would, like, play a card, or you'd have Squall attack. Since he has double strike, he's alone. He deals combat damage the first time for the first strike. You can bring something back. Whatever that is, if it has, like, it has a tap effect, tap and sack effect, you can do that. That effect goes off, and then Squall's second attack goes off from the double strike, and you can bring it back again and do it again. So we're not focusing on Squall fully. Like, he's in here and he's a big part of the deck, but we're not going to focus heavily on stuff for him. Yeah. Another card that does something similar is Sun Titan, because I know Sun Titan's good. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may return target permanent from mana value with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to battlefield. So, once again, Sun Titan will be attacking with Far Traveler, or, like, will be attacking and then, you know, getting something back immediately. And then if Far Traveler stays and he's still alive at the end of turn, he's tapped. Oh no, he has Vigilance. Is this actually worth it then? If it has Vigilance? Because it wouldn't be tapped. We can come up with some other options actually. Like I'll put this in the I'll move this to the side deck actually, or move this to the maybe board. But I am realizing because it has vigilance, it's not as good because it would vigilance means it does not get tapped when it attacks. So Far Traveler is not as helpful for that combination. Although, if I do find a way to tap things without attacking, maybe. Think about that. For now, then, let's get rid of this. Since we are building this deck, we don't need these here anymore. Okay. Close these. Close this. All right, and now it's just kind of. Now it's a lot of just theory crafting time, and just putting random stuff together. Oh, so we're running, since we're running white, we want okay, I don't know why it just keeps doing that. Swords to plowshares. Yeah, there's plenty of ways to do that in white, for sure, for sure. Swords to plowshares and Path to Exile. Two very good removal cards for 1 mana in white, which is super easy to have. So, they exile target creature, and then either controller gains life equals 2 with power, or hi, goats. Or they get to put a basic land. Thank you, NASCAR. Is my Tanji in the right spot? Okay, it is. I had to double check. Things move around sometimes on OBS. Okay. So we can do a card search. Let's just do an EDH rec, because it'll recommend cards kind of across everything for what our current deck is like. Mainly, I believe, mainly the commanders is what it looks at. So, we have a bunch of lands here. We can tell it to do not lands, but let's grab a Talisman of Hierarchy. Anguished Unmaking is good. Damn is good. Since we are going to be attacking to tap stuff, I think Vault of the Archangel is actually pretty good. I'm also going to be looking overall to avoid adding cards that are too expensive, because I don't think this deck needs it. Hi, Connie. Thank you for the lurk. I don't think this deck needs to be super expensive. I think we're just gonna keep it simple as much as possible, which is why we're not gonna put this $15 land in here. Actually, we could put Isolated Chapel. We'll get that immediately. We'll get that effect pretty easy. I think Tainted Field would be good. Oh, Bajuka Bog, so we can get rid of somebody else's graveyard. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay. Alright, so let's get a look through here. Whenever Cruel Celebrant or another creature planeswalking control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Whenever this creature or another creature control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Swift of Boots, we'll put those on. Put those in the deck. Mortify would be good. Okay, so the question is, I think the question that we're gonna have to figure out, pretty early on with this, is, do we want Selfless Spirit is good. Do we want to make this a? I guess where are we putting the focus? Are we putting the focus on Baconia and the ability to bring stuff back from the graveyard over and over and cast it again, or do we want Far Traveler where we're getting the bounce effects and the ETBs into the battlefields? Because if we're going specifically for this, for the return creature card to the graveyard to my hand and then, you know, play it again, stuff like that, then we'd want things like the Cutthroat, Celebrant, things that, you know, whenever this dies or another thing dies, we get stuff. Whereas if whereas other stuff has like enter the battlefield. Yeah, whenever a Cursed Marauder enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a non-token creature. So that would be the enter the battlefield thing. Whenever another creature dies, or a creature card is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, or a creature card leaves your graveyard, Sir Conrad the Grim deals 1 damage to each opponent. Death triggers versus ETBs. Yeah, true. I think I would rather do the bounce effects. So we'll be doing a lot more attacking. Go for the graveyard thing. Because then I get both. Yeah, I guess that's true. It would just be a matter of like, if I'm using her effect, yeah, I'll be playing things that goes back to my hand. But if I'm playing her effect, I have to use mana every single turn. Whereas if I'm using this, it's just kind of a leave and it enters. And I don't have to keep repaying the cost of return and like keep that. But if I'm doing something like Solemn Simulacrum, we'll have a lot of land. So, yeah. No, I think that makes sense. Alright, so Cruel Celebrant. There we go. We're just gonna have a lot of death triggers. Sacrifice a creature, scry one. I'll put Sir Conrad in here. I liked this ability. Cursed Marauder. I just sneezed, my bad. Okay. I could be so mean. Authority of the Consuls. Creature your opponent control enter tapped whenever a creature an opponent controls enters at gain 1 life. I feel like that's just begging to get smacked at the table. Let's do Fracture. Ooh, Ink Shield's pretty good, but that's... I think the way I'm gonna look at this... Oops. I think the way I'm gonna look at these cards and whether or not I want to add them is if the average cost is above $5, I'm not gonna add it to the deck. As I go back and double check that that is the case with all the cards I've done so far. Yeah, okay. Because, I mean, keeping it that way, I think, is just a way to keep my... I mean, am I going to buy this deck? I don't know. But it keeps the budget... keeps the budget low overall. Ooh, Soul Warden. Another creature enters the battlefield that gain 1 life. Haste and Shroud on Lightning Greaves could be good. Once again, we're going to be adding a lot of things, and then we're going to probably be taking a lot of things out later, because I have a lot of destruction instants and sorceries, and I think I'm probably too heavily invested in that right now. Put a Rogue's Passage, since we are going to be attacking. Yeah, I would love to put Ashnod's Altar in here, but that's not going to happen. I do need to get this card, but not for this deck. I need to get it for my Shadow the Hedgehog deck. Bastion of Remembrance would be good. Massacre Girl is a good board wipe. God, $60 for Esper Sentinel is crazy. Yeah, 60 to... This gnat's in my face. $60+ for Esper Sentinel, almost $20 for Ashnod's Altar. Nuts. Morbid Opportunist, whenever one or more other creatures die, draw a card that triggers only once each turn. We probably won't be triggering it once. Probably triggering things more than once. We're going to avoid Sanguine Bond effects. AKA, anytime I gain life, a target opponent loses that much life, and vice versa. Because I don't like that in terms of the infinite combos that it makes so easily. Because like if you get Sanguine Bond and then the opposite one where it's each time you gain life, target opponent loses that much life, you do 1 damage to somebody and you win the game. Like it's dumb and I don't like it. Choose 2 target creatures in your graveyard. Sacrifice a creature. If you do, return target. Oh, yeah, that one's good. Victimize is good. I don't want to do an accident. I mean, accidental is one thing. On purpose is another. So many decks that I see. I've seen so many, like, posts that are, like, deck text where it's like, oh, if you put this card with this effect and this other card with the other effect and then you just do 1 damage, you have infinite damage and you win. Or it's like anything that involves Giant Cactuar as a combo, like, gross. Anything that involves Giant Cactuar or Jumbo Cactuar in its combo is stupid and I hate it. I think as a joke, that card is really funny. In practice, that card is stupid. I haven't even played against it, but I know that card's stupid. Pitiless Plunderer. Whenever this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. Your 1/1 counter deck is listed at the bracket of war because it has an accidental infinite combo you haven't taken out yet? Yeah. Yeah, the rule is if you play Giant Cactuar, Hedgie eats it. Hedgie eats that card. You get 1 good use of it, and then Hedgie eats it. Ooh, okay, Shriek Maw. Actually, whoa, this is crazy. Okay. Fear, this KP block set by artifact creatures or black and/or black creatures. When this creature enters, destroy target non-artifact, non-black creature. Evoke 2. You can cast a spell for its evoke cost. If you do, it's sacrifice when it enters. So it enters, gets its effect, dies, goes to the graveyard. We can pull it back out with our commander or with, you know, some other random stuff we have and just do it over and over. And we also have things, you know, whenever another creature controlled dies, create a treasure token. So this would die, I get a treasure token. Okay, that's the good card. Shriekmaw is a good card for this deck. Ooh. Ooh, this. Tap an untapped creature you control, add 1 mana of any color. That instantly means we can tap a creature, and then during our end phase, we can bounce it back with our background enchantment. Okay, okay. Oh, is there more? EDH Rec, is this all you have for me? I want to see more things. Okay, you know what? We can specify. Artifacts. What artifacts do you want me to use? God, we're not using Phyrexian Altar. Good lord. So we have things for sacrificing and drawing a card. But I don't know if we want that since neither of these 2 things will bring them back. Squall would bring it back, but I don't think that's worth it. Like if this was a Squall deck, then I think Commander Sphere and Mind Stone would be both pretty good. Because then you could get basically 3 activations of these in a turn. Because of how weird Squall's thing works. I don't think we want Skull Clamp. We're not necessarily doing 1/1s. Okay. Oh. Okay, yeah, this is good. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under control, you gain 1 life. Whenever another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life. Perfect. Both of those things are happening for us. We're not making tokens, so I don't think Tessa Karlov is super useful in this deck. I will eventually kill this gnat, I swear. Each opponent loses X life for X devotion to black. Gain life equal to life lost this way. I mean, it's a good... It could be good. Put that in the maybe. Whenever another creature dies, put a 1/1. When Alendia dies, create X 1/1 white vampire creature tokens with lifelink. Nah. I mean, this could be good, but I don't think we want to do this here. Sacrifice another creature or artifact, put a 1/1 counter. Each player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker. Each player who can't discards a card. Oh, Corpse Knight. Whenever another creature you control enters, each opponent loses 1 life. Good, good. I think currently our mana ramp, or like our mana cost is very low on most of our things. Where are we at currently? Yeah, we have so many two cost things. What's our 6 cost? Oh, Melbro. Which, I mean, having a low cost, yeah, because like Sun Titan, Squall, like this will work out. Honestly, let's put Sun Titan back in. I think Sun Titan would be good. We are kind of heavy on the black creatures so far and costs, but I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing. I feel like it's going to be a lot of creatures, black creatures, and then beyond that, a lot of white support. Whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. Ooh, okay, reassembling skeleton. Return this card from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So if it comes back tapped, and we have enter the battlefield effects for other things happening, we can bounce it at the end of our turn, and basically get 2 effects. That's pretty good. Oops. Let's add that. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a 1/1 counter. I don't think we want this. I don't think we want to do 1/1 counters at all, as much as possible, because we're going to have things leaving and entering the battlefield so much. Any counters or anything they have on them is just going to go away. However, I say that, but I look at this, because this one has an effect to whenever it dies. Oh, whenever it dies. It has to specifically die. No, I think that's still fine. We just don't bounce this one. But it dies, it makes a whole bunch of tokens. And the tokens can die. Okay. But we're not going to over-index on tokens, so... Like, this one has whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield. We're not doing this. No. Whenever a creature you control without flying dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a flying counter on it. Oh. Yeah, that'll... Yeah. Yeah, because that'll just bring things back on its own. Beginning of each upkeep, control no snakes. Create a 1/1 black snake creature with death touch. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under my control, I may gain 1 life. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, you may have that player lose 1 life. So it's a may. So the funny thing about this card is it says may, which means this could be a bartering tool. This creature could be a bartering tool. It's like, hey, you leave me alone, I won't make you lose all your life whenever you bring all these creatures onto the battlefield. Because it's a may. That's amusing. Alright, enchantments. Draw a card, use a life. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. We're not doing that. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Yeah, these two together, infinite combo from 1 tick of damage for 1 point of damage. It's stupid. At the beginning of main phase, choose 1 or more. Create a treasure token, lose 1 life. Draw a card, lose 2 life. Create a 3/2 colorless shapeshifter creature token with changeling. You lose 3 life. Okay, I mean, we have a lot of life gain. Let me just look real quick. Is there any version of this that's not expensive as hell? No, they're all at least $15. I could be a coward, go ghostly prison. Put that in the maybes. Alright, since we're gonna go into the sacrifice route, or like the put stuff in the graveyard route, Village Rites, we'll also get Generous Gift, and Corrupted Conviction. Planeswalker. Apparently there's no Planeswalker recommendations for this deck. That's fine. I don't generally use Planeswalkers. But we can look into other things later. Reanimate. Draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. Draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. But this could be target player, so it could be somebody else. Okay, so here's the funny thing about Demonic Tutor. I think I have a version of this card. Was there a... No, I'm getting it confused with something else. I don't have a Demonic Tutor. I have... Dark Ritual. That's the one. I have a Dark Ritual because where is it? Was there not a... I thought there was a Dark Ritual. A Dark Ritual secret lair from the Miku cards. Demonic Tutor? I don't remember actually. Google. Hatsune Miku's secret lair cards. Oh, it's Diabolic Tutor. Not Demonic Tutor. Ah, okay, which makes sense because this costs 2 more. Okay, this is what I was thinking of. Put an Exsanguinate. All creatures get -X, -X. Ooh. Destroy all creatures with mana value 4 or greater. So the problem with Austere Command... Oh, no, that's 3. Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, put that in. So we can do 4 or greater and artifacts, and we are safe. We don't lose our commander or our enchantment. So that's good. Let's say about cuts. Are you telling me to cut all of these? Or is this the order I should cut things? Like start with Squall and work my way down. Alright, whatever. Where does that put us right now? We're at 87 cards. But we are above our land base, so we're 6 over where we normally want to be. So for now, we'll take 3 off of each. Let's get back to 38. Alright, so we're at 81. 81 cards. So we have 19 more cards to add. Let's look by categories, because these generally are alright. People use other things for the categories, but I can make their own and have custom ones. But okay, so we have a lot of removal. We have 12 removal. We probably need more recursion. Let's see. Sun Titan. Because I learned this trick from somebody. Is we want Similar cards. Okay, so this has vigilance, and it's when it attacks. So I don't know if we necessarily want this. Savine's Reclamation. Return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If this spell is cast from a graveyard, you may copy this spell and choose a new target for the copy. Okay, so... Okay, so you do it once, it goes to the graveyard. You do it again from the graveyard with the flashback cost. Then you can basically do it twice. Okay. Savine's Reclamation. Oh. When Revelark leaves the battlefield, return up to 2 target creatures with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Leaving can be death. It could also be the bounce effect. Okay. That's pretty good. It's expensive. It's an expensive card in terms of mana cost. But we don't have high-end mana cost at this point. We have a lot of low-cost stuff, which is good. So we can have a couple of higher-cost things. And this one can just kind of keep coming back. Oh, if we pay more for it, it dies immediately, so we get to instantly do its effect. That's funny. That's really funny. Extraction Specialist enters the battlefield. Target creature with mana value 2 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. That creature can't attack or block for as long as you control Extraction Specialist. Okay. Okay. We could play this card, bring something out from the graveyard, and then would this effect persist if this card gets bounced? Let's see. We can check this. Or at least we can hopefully see. Once Extraction Specialist leaves the battlefield, the creature that is returned can attack and block as normal. If Extraction Specialist leaves the battlefield before its ability resolves, the creature that is returned will be able to attack and block as normal right away. Okay. So anytime this gets bounced, so we should honestly be having this attack every time, or block or die or whatever. But anytime this gets bounced, the thing that gets brought back can, that was previously brought back can do stuff. All right, so let's add that. Actually, I think there was something else. There was another way of looking through cards that I was told about for this, but I don't see it. I don't see what the thing is. But that's fine. What other effects do we want to be looking at to get more stuff? Far Traveler, maybe? Let's see. thing similar to Far Traveler. As partner to... Also, I did look up commanders with on EDH Rec for the Orzhov pairing, and this only has 29 decks on here, which I think is super cool. Because, you know, you can look at the top commanders and have a Stola, which I have, a Krenko, which I have, a Miss Bumbleflower, which somebody at my table has. Like, you know, we can be more creative. Black white, the goated color combo. This is the first time I've actually done specifically black and white. I've done 3 color combos that have black and white, but this is the first time it's been specifically just black and white. So we're gonna see how this works. Moment when you put your deck into Architect and find out some of the cards are expensive. Yeah. Okay. Where is... Can I just see similar cards? I forget where I look for that. I guess I could just look for Blink. You know what? I'm probably looking at this wrong, and that I'm not searching. I'm searching for these as commander as opposed to just this is the card and similar stuff. But let's see. 100% inclusions for the 3 decks. This deck is approximately worth $250. I would take that with a grain of salt. Because also, like, this is saying it's $98. But you can also select everything in your deck and optimize the printings to, like, the cheapest versions. Because, like, this is showing stuff from Avatar. This is showing stuff from Marvel, which just came out. You know, there's probably cheaper Soul Rings and Arcane Signets and all this other stuff that are not, you know, the Marvel versions. So... There's other... There's cheaper stuff. Oh, you put in the exact deck. Oh, I see. Nice. That's funny. Yeah, if it turns out to be that good, or like that good cost-wise, that's interesting. When Grimm's Servant enters the battlefield, search your library for a card with main value less than or equal to your devotion to black, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Hollow Marauder. This costs 1 less to cast for each creature spell in your graveyard. We should have a lot. When Hollow Marauder enters the battlefield, any number of target opponents each discard a card. For each of those opponents who didn't discard a card with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. Okay. Oh, wait, is this saying... Oh, okay, I understand what this is saying now. Okay, I understand what this is saying. This is saying these are the cards that synergize the most with the blink effect, right? Is that what I'm seeing? No? There's a lot of cycling. I don't know if I necessarily want to do cycling. I'd rather have ramp. Solitude. Flash lifelink. Whenever Solitude enters the battlefield, exile up to one other target creature. That creature's controller gains life equals to its power. Okay. Yeah, that's what it means. Okay. When this creature enters, target player creates a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. Then if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared. While it's prepared, you may cast a copy of its spell. Doing so unprepares it. Okay, so that'd be good. Because that's basically, I don't want to say free, but that's basically another Swords to Plowshares right there. Depending when I play it. Affinity for artifacts. We don't have enough artifacts for that to be worth it, I don't think. Cycle. Tap and sack, no. Ravenloft Adventurer. Whenever Ravenloft Adventurer enters the battlefield, take the initiative. If a creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile and put a hit counter on it. Whenever Ravenloft Adventurer attacks, if you've completed a dungeon, defending player loses 1 life for each card they own in exile with a hit counter on it. No. I don't want to learn initiative. I looked into it the other day, and I don't want to. I don't want to. Okay, well, there's even more initiative-related things. I mean, basically from what I understand, it's like every time you take the initiative, you get to choose a room in a dungeon. The dungeon can be, I guess, whatever. Like a set of dungeons or whatever. And then once you get to a certain point in that... Or no, it's at the end of your turn. You get the thing. Yeah. Nah. Recruiter of the Guard. Enters the battlefield, search your library for a creature card with toughness 2 or less. Reveal it and put it in your hand and shuffle. Well, I mean, 16? 16's not bad. Take the initiative. Cost 1 less for each artifact or creature in your graveyard. There's an ad in front of the cards I want to look at. Virus Beetle. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card. That's just mean, but I think it's funny. You get it every turn unless you take damage. The person who hits you takes the initiative adventure unless you have cards to take it back. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I mean, it's just like Monarch, but there's a whole other, like... You have to have the whole map, like the dungeon map or whatever, and it's... yeah, I don't want to learn it. Unlike with other card games, Magic has so many random mechanics. You can just choose to not learn something and you're fine. Dawnbringer Cleric. Ooh, whenever enters the battlefield, choose one. Gain 2 life, destroy target enchantment, exile target card from a graveyard. Ooh, that's pretty good. Like the stickers, yeah. Like stickers, like attractions. I was looking at attractions and stuff at one point because I was wanting to do a deck around rolling dice. Like just rolling a lot of dice, and so many of the things involved going to attractions or doing attractions, whatever, and I was like, I don't want this. I don't want to do this. When Landscaper Kolos enters the battlefield, put target card from an opponent's graveyard on the bottom of their library. That's so funny. I'm not gonna do that, but that's really funny. Convoke. Ooh, actually. Creatures can help cast the spell. Each creature you tap while casting the spell pays for 1 or more mana of the creature's color. Oh, I think I got the nat, maybe? I don't know. Pile on. Yo, We Shop channel. Yeah, Convoke is good. Yeah. Convoke. Actually, let me just look real quick. Clear. Get rid of all this. Oops. So we can search for this, and we can go Convoke. And just see what comes out. 52 cards, okay. Target creature gains +2/+2 and flying until end of turn. Flash Convoke. When Angel of Salvation enters the battlefield, prevent the next 5 damage that would be dealt to you. Would be dealt this turn to any number of targets divided as you choose. Okay. Well, okay, here's the thing, though. Hang on. At the beginning of my end step. Okay, so we don't want... I don't think we want to do Convoke for stuff we'll be flashing in on other people's turns, necessarily, because then we won't be getting that effect. I mean, it'd be useful, but I don't think it'd be as useful as, like, Convoke here. But we don't have... we're not specifying a certain creature type for here. So Bloodline Bidding is not as good. Chance of V2 Ghazi. Convoke. Prevent all damage that would be dealt by creatures this turn. You gain life equal to damage prevented this way. Okay. Oh, wait. Clever Concealment, I think, needs to be in this deck. I mean, I know I said $5. I mean, you know, I'm put it in the side deck. Or the maybe board. Because we can convoke, we tap all of our stuff. We phase out everything with an enter the battlefield effect. Like right before our turn starts. And then they all come back and they all get their enter the battlefield effects immediately. That's, yeah, no, this is good. This good. Convoke flying? Maybe. I don't know if I want to do Convoke for just the 3/3 with flying. That feels... When Concave Phalanx enters the battlefield, game 1 life for each creature you control. Okay, this would actually be better. 9 cents. Cheap card. Concave's Blessing. Convoke enchant creature and enchant creatures +0/+2 for each other creature you control. When this enters exile, oh, it's an enchantment. When this enters exile, target non-land permanent opponent controls until it leaves. Deals 4 damage to target creature or player, and I gain 4 life. Okay. What's this? Oh, hang on. Card info. Thank you. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. Okay, good. Untap each creature you control during each other player's untap step. That's really good. How does the door thing work? You may cast either half. The door unlocks on the battlefield. As a sorcery, you may pay the mana cost for the locked door to unlock it. Oh, I see. Okay. So we can cast this spell twice, essentially. Where we get one half, and then we get the other half. Yeah, let's get that. Ooh. Endless Obedience. Wait, hang on. Okay. So we wouldn't want to... Whoops. I think we might be over-investing into Convoke right now. So I think I just need to look at being done with that, but just a quick look at things, see if there's anything that really stands out to me. Okay. What is... That just looks like a photo. Why did they put a woman's photo as a card? Yeah, Clever Concealment. Yeah, I think that's a good card. I don't think I have more than one. I think I might just have the one from the Final Fantasy Commander deck. But I don't want to touch those decks. I kind of just want to leave those as they are. Okay. We're at 93. What falls under our ramp right now, actually? Because that seems to be something I'm generally not great at. Okay, so this is good ramp. Soul Ring, Simulacrum, Drum. Let me see. Add. Ooh, target creature with power 3 or less can be blocked this turn. Access tunnel will be good, yeah. Okay, that's so many results. Hang on. Whoops. I forgot how the syntax works. Card text. I don't remember. Tap. Okay, there we go. Oops. Oh, tap creature with no other payment. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Just search for that. Are you gonna show me? Is it just black and white? Okay, you show me just that. Okay, cool. Exile target creature card from a graveyard. Create tokens copy of Nightmare in addition to the type. And exile all their Nightmare tokens you control. Okay, no. It's too expensive. Not even gonna look at it. When target creature other than the Valkyrie dies this turn, return that card to the battlefield under my control. Number of allies. I don't have allies. Don't have heroes. So the one thing I want to see is whenever I play a white spell, it might untap Valleynock Trapper. Oh, interesting. There are 10 or more creature cards total in all graveyards. That's pretty good for Commander with 4 people. But I'm not going to worry about that. Ooh, actually, this is interesting. This card right here is interesting. Barrington Medic. Prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to target creature or player this turn. Put a 1/1 counter on the Medic. Untap. So, in theory, right, I could tap, so long as I don't do it 4 times in a row. If I leave it tapped at the end of a turn, well, actually, so long as I don't put 4 counters, I can tap it 4 times. But I could keep it at like -3/-3. At the end of my turn, since it's tapped, it gets bounced, loses its -1/-1 counters and comes back with no drawback. Okay, that's pretty sick. Because I was looking at things, because like some of these are interesting. It's like, okay, I can tap things, but bringing it back doesn't do anything, right? Or like bouncing it doesn't do anything. However, some of these, like that one, has some other abilities we have to make some stuff. Because the other thing is, obviously, the bounce effect from it being tapped happens at the end step. So we need to see things that at the end step are useful. Or like that we don't need end step things. See, here's another one. Target player discards a card, plays ability only during your turn. Put a -1/-1 counter on the Wretch, untap Cinder Haze Wretch. So we can do this twice, make people discard 2 cards, and then bounce at the end of turn. However, I don't think this is great. But we're going to put it in the maybe board right now. Bronze Walrus. Was that on the previous page? Did I pass by it and not notice? Oh my god. Fantastic. What a creature. What a fantastic creature. I mean, this actually wouldn't be too bad. We use it as a mana dork. And then when it bounces, we can scry. And it's still a 2/2 for sake of blocking. I don't know if that's what you were... I don't know if you're referring to its effect or just the fact that it's a Bronze Walrus artifact creature. But that was actually a good shout. Charge counters, we don't need that. Just the art. Yeah, I kind of figured, but then I read it and I was like, wait, hang on. Not seeing anything as of yet that looks super cool. Hang on, let me go back really quick. Far Traveler. Just as card. There we go. And similar cards. There we go. Teleportation Circle. Conjurer's Closet. Okay, so these are ones that are doing it to anything. They don't have to be tapped or otherwise. So, actually, yeah. $11. All right, let's hang on. I have to stick to my guns. We'll put this in the maybe board. I mean, that makes sense because, as I just saw, that was really good. That's so much... It's saying it's more expensive than it's showing here. Conjurer's Closet. Okay. That's... The average of all three is below 5. Yeah, and then these are expensive. I mean, this makes sense, you know, having these expensive, like these being expensive cards, because like the effect is really good if you're using it right. The only problem with Sentry, because like Sentry is interesting, but the only problem with it is like the 5/5 villain you're creating is not indestructible, or not indestructible, not goated. Like, it attacks each combat if able, but doesn't mean it's not attacking you. I mean, I guess you can just summon it to all of your opponent's turns, and since it's 5/5 and indestructible, you just, you know, have Sentry be the one to block it every time. We'll think about this. We'll think about it. And if you keep, and like removing him, well, he has vigilance, but I guess if you bounce him in other ways, it's fine. But yeah, I'm not convinced. Oh, right, this card. I remember looking at this card before. When Abigail enters, up to one other target creature loses all abilities. Put a flying counter, a first strike counter, and a lifelink counter on that creature. I mean, that seems so situational to put on other creatures, right? Ooh. Okay, hang on. Minthara? Minthara's good. +1/+0 for each experience counter I have, but I get experience counters by... At the beginning of my end step, if a permanent I controlled left the battlefield this turn, I get an experience counter. So the way things work, if they have multiple triggers, from my full understanding of the game, so at the beginning of my end step, this is at the beginning of my end step, this is at the beginning of my end step, I can activate these in any order I want. Right? So I can have Minthara on the field and Far Traveler or Conjurer's Closet, and let's say nothing has left my field this turn. At the beginning of my end step, I have something that I remove with Conjurer's Closet. It leaves, it comes back. It's still the beginning of my end step. Minthara then goes off. It saw that this thing bounced something, so something left because of this. And so this effect goes off and we get an experience counter. I'm like 99% positive that's how that works, which is super cool. All right, we have room for 3 more cards. Sir Vondam. Vigilance Menace. Whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, put a 1/1 counter, and I gain 1 life. When he's died or put into exile while its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Okay. These also specify that they go into exile, and then they come back. So based on the wording, once again, based on the wording of how this works, I can, let's say I have both Far Traveler and Conjurer's Closet available to me. I put Conjurer's Closet to take something away, or to exile something and bring it back, to give, or no, the other way around. Think about the other way around. At the beginning of my end step, this thing has 2 +1/+1 counters. This is a 4. I exile it so that it's... Yeah, so I exile it. Its power is 4 or greater because of the +1/+1 counters. I destroy target non-land permanent. It comes back because it just comes right back with Conjurer's Closet. And then we can get something else due to Far Traveler. And it sees that thing leave, that creature get put into exile, and it gets a +1/+1 counter. So it comes back and is immediately a 3/3. Okay, okay. Sir Vondum. Oh, wait, which one is it? So, yeah, that one. Not sure I'm into the new e-hero cards, to be honest. That, you know, that's fair. I'm more of a masked hero guy myself, you know. Masked hero, acid. This dude's my goat. When this card is special summon, destroy as many spell and trap as your opponent's control as possible. If I do, all monsters they control lose 100, 300 attack. I just remember when these cards were announced, and I was running e-heroes back in college for a little bit. This card was announced, and we were just talking about cards. We were walking from like one room to another, or like one dorm area to another, and I just like said very loudly because I was so excited. I was like, I want acid, and people were like, bro, you can't just say that. I remember my Absolute Zero killing me. Yeah, because you Absolute Zero. Okay, we're moving off topic from Magic right now for a real quick side thing. Elemental Hero Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero is actually my goat. When this card leaves the field, destroy all monsters your opponents control. So you have the Elemental Hero Absolute Zero. You use Mask Change, which Mask Change is you take a Elemental Hero with an element and replace it with a Masked Hero of the same element. So you replace Elemental Hero Absolute Zero with Masked Hero Acid. You destroy all of their creatures, all their monsters, when this leaves. Then you destroy all their spells and traps. So their field is empty, and you have a 2600 monster on your field. It's great. Maybe I should play some Legacy of the Duelist. Actually, I don't know if Masked Heroes are in Legacy of the Duelist. Favorite deck you had was an Impachi deck. Main goal was the deck was to get out Blaze Phoenix. Dog Hero. This dog's pretty good. Oh wait, I know which Blazing Apache is. Yeah. All right. Okay, we're still looking for stuff. Pretty sure Master Hero in there. Hell yeah. All right. There might be a Legacy of the Duelist stream in the future. Alright, so we need 3 more cards, I think. You're warning me. I'm being warned. Hang on. I'm not buying you. No, 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 no. It'd be Legacy of the Duelist. I already have that game. I have it on the PlayStation. It's a game that has all the cards. I don't want to buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards because once they added Pendulum Summoning and Link Summoning, I stopped giving a shit. These are not my Yu-Gi-Oh cards anymore. And I already have all the cards I want. Like I already have all the Yu-Gi-Oh cards I want because I have the 6 Sam deck and I have the E-Heroes that I want. So I don't need to buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And if I really do, they're like 10 cents. But I'm not doing it, so. Okay, two more things. All right, we have 31 creatures. That's kind of a lot. We're back to 39 lands. So we can actually drop a... Probably drop a plains. Alright, so we have 3 cards available. Did we add the walrus? Do we get the bronze walrus? If I really do, I don't. It's, you know, fair. I mean, it gives me the ability to scry, which means I'll know what I'm getting on my subsequent turns. How much card draw does this deck have? Just 4? Instant, creature, instant. Maybe... Barely no magic. Is there a card ratio I'm aiming for? Not particularly. This deck uses a lot of creatures. Like, based on what I'm seeing it, like, and the way I want to run it, it's gonna use a lot of creatures. So, like, the more creatures I have is fine. But I do want to kind of cover all my bases. I know, like, lands being at 38 is the number I want. Like, this is what I want right here. So this one should not change. Like, the only way this changes is when I, like, maybe change out swamps for, like, not swamps, right? Or, like, things that are, you know, dual lands or whatever. But I need to get some other coverage. I wonder if there's an enchantment that'd be good. I think that might be where I need to look, is maybe find an enchantment that lets me draw cards. That might be where I want to... Well, actually, wait, hang on. Draw. Okay, Solemn Simulacrum, Hollow Marauder, and these 4. Okay, yeah, so we want card draw. We need to get card draw. At the beginning of my upkeep, I draw a card and lose 1 life. I draw an extra card every turn, but I also lose life. I don't know if I necessarily want that. Has fishing been broken? Oh my god, fishing's been broken this whole time. Chat, I'm so sorry. I just looked over, saw there was somebody clicked fish, and nothing happened. Luke, go again. Go again, Luke. You can fish now. There you go. masculine. I'm a piranha. I live in the Amazon. Let's see, gain. Let's just type in gain. Gain life. Gain life. Gain life. Okay, we have... Okay, but that's not gain life. You know what? I think we have enough. We can add Phyrexian Arena. We have enough life gain that Phyrexian Arena is not that bad to lose 1 life every turn. I mean, Swords of Plowshare doesn't gain for us, but you know what I mean. Okay, 2 more cards. 2 more cards, 2 more cards, 2 more cards. What do I have for... Do I have anything for protection? No. Well, yes. Swifties. The Medic. Selfless Spirit. Yeah, most other things I have over here I'm not using because they are over the money or the cost threshold I was saying I was going to stick to. Yeah, you know what? Here, we'll do this, and then we'll bring in the Walrus as well. Perfect. Alright, so we have a 100-card deck. It is legal. It is bracket 2. And it is anti-salty, apparently. It's less salty than other decks of similar types, I guess. Let's do a test hand. Because this could be awful or it could be great. And who knows? We'll keep this hand. Okay, let me make sure this looks good. Oh. Is that... Oh, that made it worse. Okay. Now you guys can see. Alright, so... We do a Plains. That's the only thing on this turn. Another Swamp. We tap 2 for Servanum. Hang on. Put that down to 4. There we go. Yeah, we get Servanum. So whenever another creature I control dies or is put into exile, put a 1/1 counter, gain 1 life. Whenever he dies or exiled for a greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Go to the next turn. Put out another Swamp. We can... Nope. Not this one. We tap 3 for our commander. We put this back, because that doesn't go there. So now at the beginning of my upkeep, if I have 4 more creature cards in my graveyard, return a creature card at random to my hand. Next turn. Yeah, we go here. Play Pitiless Plunderer. It's gonna be a slow start, I think, on this deck. just kind of putting stuff out there. But once it gets to later game, because let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because we'll be able to get, you know, we basically get 2 more lands out. This would come out. We would get this. Yeah, okay. Okay. We start getting somewhere with this. Check another hand. That's a lot of lands for one pull. And no creatures. We mulligan that. Okay, we can keep that. Swamp. Next turn. Another swamp. Play the Cutthroat. And now we run into the issue of we don't have a plains. Yeah, we get 3 swamps. That's still not helpful. We can get our commander out, but that's not helpful if we don't have the cards in the graveyard. So honestly, we can kind of save our commander to be later in the game. Because I normally like to put my commander out as soon as possible. Like, that's the way I play. There's a plains. So now we'd be able to do some other stuff. Okay, let's go back to the deck real quick. I think we do a bit of adjusting on the mana base, and then I think we should be good. So yeah, I think we can add this. It'll deal 1 damage to me, but we have a lot of life gain in this deck. Oh, this is pretty good because it could be either, just depending on what I want. It's on the more expensive side, but I think that's having the choice between the two, I think would be useful. Ooh, Surveil 1. Put the top card in my library, put it in my graveyard. But the thing is, this is really expensive. I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want that. Yeah, I think now we're getting into... Yeah, I think we're going now too far down for any of these to be super useful. Well, sacrifice a creature to gain 1 life. Okay. Let's drop a swamp and drop a plains. So our production is good. We have a good ratio here of we're, you know, like we have production less than our cost for both, but I think that's fine. Like, literally, so long as we get 1 of each color early on, I think we're basically set. Because we have so many 2 costs. Yeah, we have so many 2 costs. That's so long as we get one of each, we can get a lot. And yeah, and our curve is kind of added more into the higher end. Okay. Let's do another quick playtest, just as a check, as a sanity check. All right, plains. That's the turn. Swamp and plains. Tap tap for the priest. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, they gain a life. Yeah, we get another swamp. We tap these to get my commander out. Or do I? Do I get my commander out? Is that worth it? 4 more creature cards in my graveyard. So I don't think there's a point to getting my commander out this early. Yeah, so then I just kind of leave it. Like, maybe I damn something just to get rid of something my opponents have. Tap tap for Swifties. Now I'm not getting creatures, which is interesting. There's Marlborough. I think this could just be a... Oops, not what I want. I like how it puts Far Traveler as, like, the commander just because of the ordering it does for alphabetical. It's very funny. Yeah, I'm wondering if I might have too many non-creatures for what I have. So, like, we might be able to get rid of stuff like Mortify, Fracture, not all of them, but, like, we might be able to remove some of these to add more creatures, because we might need more. That might be the problem. Maybe some of these sorceries as well. We'll think back on it. We'll think back on this in the future. We spent almost 2 hours on this deck, so I think we're good on this one. All right, chat. I knew I wanted to do this deck. This is the deck I knew I wanted to do. Now the question is, back into the ideas deck. I don't want to do Monkey Yatso. I've seen a deck list on that. I don't think I want to do that. Not immediately anyway. But let's see. Grid. And let's make the cards smaller. I think we'll just stick with this grouping of commanders. We won't worry about the ones I already have some combos ideas for. All right, chat. Which of these commanders should I make a deck for? You know what? We're not doing Shieldred. Don't do Shieldred. Everything but Shieldred. Put this. Hang on. Put that in the maybe. There we go. So we have Aleela, Artful Provocateur, which is a white, black, and blue. We have Ezio Auditore da Firenze, which is a Wooburg. Well, it's 2 black, but it's a Wooburg, so all colors. Ghoul Color Giza, pure black. Galarb, Calamity's Augur, black, green, and blue. Goldbug, humanity's ally, which is a white and a blue. Griswold the Dread Sower, which is a green and a black. Lady Octopus, inspired inventor, just blue. Miles Tails Prower, white and blue. Mirko Obsessive Theorist, white and black, or no, black and blue. Nine Fingers Keen, which is black, green, and blue. Atsu Ghost of Yote, but actually Tetsuko Umizawa Fugitive, which is also pure blue. And Stola Rule, which is also blue. Goldbug and Tails would get along? They would. But, I mean, theoretically they'd get along. In Magic, they really wouldn't. Like, they have the same color palette, or the same colors. But Goldbug, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to attacking humans you control. Yeah, human spells you control can't be countered. Whenever Goldbug at least one human attack, draw a card and convert. So really, Goldbug would want just like a ton of humans. Just like so many humans. Whereas Tails is whenever vehicle control enters, draw a card that has flying, otherwise put a flying counter on it. Just a lot of vehicles. So like, in theory, like they work together, but they're like... They're very separate spheres with a very little bit of crossover in the middle. All right, chat, do we have any preferences? Do we have any preferences at all? I have wanted for a while to make a Transformers deck of some kind, but I haven't figured out which one. Unfortunately, with it, if it's Goldbug, it's literally just Goldbug, and then everything else is a human. Whereas, like, I'm not just making a full Transformer deck. Stola's Bay, true. It'd be a full deck based around end steps. End step triggers. At the beginning of the end step, exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield and under control. If it's the first end step that turn, there's an additional end step after this. So it's basically the same thing of what we just did. The same deck of what we just did, except it's only blue. It'd be a very similar deck in terms of theme and where things would want to do. Like, because it's basically Far Traveler in the same way. But it'd be just for blue. You know what? Let's do Goldbug. Let's do Goldbug. Why not? Also seeing Spike, the human on the card with Goldbug, is weird. Spike was like 40 by the time Bumblebee got rebuilt in Goldbug, at least in the show. Huh. That's funny. Humans. Humans. Roll out. All right. Planes. Let's do the things we need to. Islands. Oh, and let's put this back into stacks. And by type. Soul Ring. Arcane. Signet. Man Tower. It's like they read your screenshots from the show, but they just replace Bumblebee with Goldbug. I believe Bumblebee does have a card. Oh, does he not? Wait, hang on. Maybe they couldn't get the rights to Bumblebee. Weirdly enough. Let's see, hang on. Transformers. Whoops. RC, Blaster, Blitzwing, Cyclonus, Flame War, Goldbug, Jetfire, Megatron, Optimus, Prowl, Ratchet, Slicer, Soundwave, Starscream, and Ultra Magnus. So yeah, no Bumblebee. They might... When was the Transformers cards made, actually? 2022. Whenever you gain life, you may convert Ratchet. When you do, target artifact card with mana value less than or hang on. Just make sure we're getting the right ones. Yeah, these are my options if I want to add another Transformer into this. Remove one or more 1/1 counters from among artifacts you control. Target player adds that much mana. This mana can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Okay, so it has to be spent for artifacts. Slicer and Flame War stand out something fierce, not show characters. I guess it was whatever whatever they were given in terms of rights, in terms of cards. Whenever Prowl attacks, exile up to one other target tapped creature or vehicle for as long as that card remains exiled. The owner may play it. Its owner may play it. Whenever a player plays a card exiled with Prowl, you draw a card and convert Prowl. Whenever another creature or vehicle enters the battle from under my control, 1/1 counter. If the second time the ability is resolved, convert. Okay. Could have had something going on in the comics, I guess. That's possible, yeah. And then Ratchet, whenever you gain life, convert Ratchet. Do return target artifact card with mana value less than or equal to the amount of life you gained this turn from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Whenever one or more non-token artifacts you control are put into the graveyard from the battlefield, convert Ratchet. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, so really, oops, I didn't mean to convert. I didn't mean to drag that. So really, nothing else. No other card. In the Transformers thing really works well under Goldbug. It's literally just Goldbug and then all the humans underneath him. That's interesting. I generally really like the kindred idea in Magic, which is the idea of everything kind of matching here, or like having the same thing. So like robots. It's like I could do a bunch of robots here that wouldn't do anything, but like we have the Otters deck where basically every creature is either an otter or a wizard. The Squirrel Girl deck where everything's a squirrel. You know, I like that, but you also heard they couldn't say transform on the card and use convert instead because of a copyright thing. Oh, yeah. It says convert. Huh. I wonder if transform is actually a... Is that a mechanic already or no? Because I know convert would be, but transform? Oh, yeah, transform. It's right there. So they can't associate Transformers with the word transform. Or... Yeah, no, it's just the Transformers. They can't associate the Transformers with the word transform. Okay, sure. Why not? That's so funny. That's so funny, man. Now that Avatar's here, Aang is always like the first thing to show up. All right, EDH Rec, what do you got for me? What do you want to tell me that'd be good for this guy? Counterspell, yeah, of course, of course. Path to Exile, obviously. Talisman of Progress, sorts the plowshares. Yeah, these are obvious. Counter can't be countered. Generous gift. Negate. We can't have too many counters, because that was an issue I ran into when I first built the Otter deck, because I put way too many counters in there. Ooh, each other human you control gets +1/+0 and has ward 1. Ooh, yep. Yep. The Horn of Gondor. When the Horn of Gondor enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature token. 3 and tap, create white human soldier tokens, where X is the number of humans you control. It's so funny. It's going to be so many human cards, and then just one guy. Like one... Just one. Just one. One robot. It's so funny. I don't think I'm gonna put anything that's not a human. Besides Goldbug. I think that's the strat. Draw a card for each human you control, perfect. Hexproof and haste, absolutely. Put a 1/1 counter on each other human you control. Yep. It's neat that Bumblebee Goldbug would help out human cards. He's always the closest to them in even before the live action movies. That's cool. When I watched a lot of Transformers, I watched Transformers Armada. And I don't remember if Bumblebee was like in that show. Or at least if he was, I don't remember him being a thing. I remember Hot Rod being something. Oh, Castle Arvindale, absolutely. Or Ardenvale. Because I can speak. Castle Rivendell. Castle Riverdale. What if I just make... Wait. Hang on. I got a thought. Riders of Rohan Commander deck. What is this? What are the colors of this? Blue, red, and white. So we just take out the red cards. We take out the red cards from the Riders of Rohan Precon and throw it into the Transformers deck. Perfect. He wasn't Hotshot, was the Human Connection character. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was misremembering that. I mean this honestly. This actually might be a good idea. Bastion Protector, Commander Creature Control +2/+2 Indestructible. Okay. Okay, hang on. Hang on. I'm opening this in a new tab so I can just kind of start typing things in. Give me a moment, chat. I'm cooking. Bastion Protector. Baragon of the Guard. Oh, also, I should put this back to large size so we can see better. So my commander doesn't need to attack. Well, I guess here. Yeah, when it gold bug and at least one other human attack, draw a card to convert. So I mean, yeah, Bash Protector would be good. Let's see. You know, let's do this here so that you guys can actually see. We can all see the cards that I'm looking up and see if they're any good. Baragon of the Guard. Did I already add this? I did. Boromir. Gondor's Hope. Whenever Boromir, Gondor's Hope enters the battlefield or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library, reveal a human or artifact from among them, and put them into your hand for the rest of the bottom of your library in any order. Perfect. Boromir. Champions of Minas Tirith. Yeah, Bash Protector's pretty good. Magic really has become Fortnite. Yeah, it really has, especially in the past couple of years. Like in the time that I've been playing Magic, and just in that time, we've gotten Assassin's Creed, Final Fantasy, Spider-Man, Marvel, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, SpongeBob. Yeah, we got SpongeBob cards. Sonic the Hedgehog. Just an absurd number of things, man. Fallout, Avatar, like it's got everything at this point. It's like I really do fully understand people who have the argument of there's too many universes beyond sets. And I fully understand that argument because I think their argument more is that the universes beyond sets are taking away from the universes within, and it's making the lore, I guess, or like the things that makes Magic what it originally was kind of less special. Because it's like, why would you want to play as, you know, why would you want to use this character? Actually, I don't even know. Wait, which one's this from? That's from Baldur's Gate. Which I guess technically there is a crossover between D&D and Magic, but it is technically its own thing. So it's like, this is Baldur's Gate even. But like, or I could use Transformers. Or I could use Assassin's Creed or Sonic or, you know, all these other things. So, I mean, I fully understand the issues people have with it. But at the same time, like, yeah, I can make a Transformers deck. I don't help the problem. I just recognize the problem is there. That's not a Pokemon? Nope, it's not. We've got some non-Pokemons. Champions of Minas Tirith. When Champions of Minas Tirith enter the battlefield, I become the Monarch. At the beginning of combat on each opponent's turn, if I'm the Monarch, that player must pay X, where X is the number of cards in their hand. If they don't, they can't attack you this combat. Perfect. I'm part of the problem. It's true. I mean, because the other thing is, oh, that's a red. Because the other thing is, like, if you just play Commander, right? All these cards are legal in Commander. And normally people would be like, okay, that's fine. It's just a Commander thing. But when things like Final Fantasy, and I think Marvel now? Yeah, Marvel. where these cards are standard legal cards, then that becomes a bit more of a problem, right? Because now you have the people with the 4 VVs, the people with the 4 Fantasticars, and like these things are taking over. Like they had to quickly ban VV or like limit it because of how much that took over, and that's for my Universes Beyond set. So like it's crazy. Dearly Departed. That's a spirit. Oh wait, as long as Dearly Departed is in my graveyard, each human creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional 1/1 counter on it. Oh, hang on. Add that. Yeah, VV was an absurdly quick ban. And like, there have been other cards in Magic that have gotten quick bans, or at least like some other stuff around them, but they either get quick bans or they get text changes. I think VV might have had a text change. Or just banned. I don't remember. Like, I know for sure banned, but I don't know if also a text change. Because they changed things to be like once per turn. Or whatever. Okay, hang on. Let me move this over a little more so I can see. Alright, Dearly Departed. Denethor? Do we want Denethor? Oh, we can't use Denethor because it's red. There's red in the thing. Can't use that. Can't use that. Faramir. We can have Boromir and Faramir. Whenever a legendary creature with mana value 4 or greater enters the battlefield under my control, I become the monarch. At the beginning of my end step, if I'm the monarch, create 2 1/1 white human creature tokens. No, Denethor. Oh, too bad. Yeah. I mean, wait. Can we get? We can't get the other one, can we? Nah, we can't do that. Wait, Denethor could actually go in the other deck. At the beginning of my end step, if a creature died under my control this turn, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. Oh man. Actually, Denethor would be good. Could be a good card in the Zergo deck. I mean, I'm not gonna do that because the Zergo deck is already kind of absurd with the random cards that thrown in, and I don't even know for sure at this point if it's even good. Fiend Hunter. When this creature enters, you may exile another target creature. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the target exiled creature to the battlefield merits under control. We can ignore that one. Frontline Medic. Whenever Frontline Medic and at least 2 other creatures attack, creatures you control create indestructible until end of turn. Okay, so that's the same idea as... Well, actually, yeah, we could just do this, because it doesn't have to be humans. This doesn't have to be humans. Yeah. Put it in there. Counter target spell with X its mana cost unless its controller pays 3. Well, I doubt we're going to be getting much things with that, but that's fine. We don't need that. Gilrain. Exile another target creature you control. You may return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. If you don't... If you don't, at the beginning of the next end step, return the card to the battlefield under control of the Vigilance counter and a Lifelink counter on it. Okay, so... Okay. So the way I read this... is you can either bounce something immediately, which could be used as a protection method, or just to have it on there. Or, yeah, you bounce it until the next end step, and then it has Vigilance and Lifelink. Okay. That's pretty good. The beginning of the next end step. Is that... Let me check rulings. When it says next end step, is that like I have to wait a full turn? Yeah, okay, it would just be my end step. Okay, yeah. The phrasing on that is weird. Because also this doesn't say you have to do it as a sorcery either. So you can do this whenever. You could just do this at somebody else's end step. Yeah, okay. Hell yeah. That card's cool. Gray Host Reinforcements. It's also a tap, could be instant seed. Yeah. We don't want this. Lawsonic Captain. First strike whenever Captain or another human enters the battlefield under my control. Tap target creature an opponent controls. At the beginning of my upkeep, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. I just... You know, when we were watching Lord of the Rings in the Discord, I really did want to build the or get the Riders of Rohan precon, because I thought it would be fun. But now I'm just like, if I buy it, I just get the precon, and then I just buy Goldbug, and I make Goldbug the commander. I mean, I have to replace some of the cards, you know, some of the red cards, but it'd be really funny. Now I get Riders of Rohan and Transformers. It's true, and I'm probably getting it for cheaper. Somebody edit Aragorn's speech, or Aragorn's speech in Return of the King, but replace it with Optimus Prime giving a speech. Editor? Wait, that's me. Shit. I haven't been doing my job as editor for my own channel. Oops. Palace Jailer. When this creature enters, you become the monarch. When this creature enters, exile target creature opponent controls until an opponent becomes the monarch. Okay. I don't think I want this. Because, like, there's the difference between... Yeah, there's a lot of monarch in here, obviously. There's a difference between exiling something until it leaves the battlefield and exiling something until somebody else becomes the monarch. Because somebody else can become the monarch very easily. So I don't think I want to do that. Prince Imril the Fair. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. Which... Whenever you cast your second spell... Oh, whenever you cast your second spell each turn. Whenever you draw your second card each turn. Yeah. I think we can still use that. Selfless Squire. When Selfless Squire enters the battlefield, prevent all damage to be dealt to you this turn. Whenever damage would be dealt to you is prevented, put that many 1/1 counters on Selfless Squire. Yep. How much card draw I got? We'll find out once I add these. Because honestly, I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at this deck list for the Riders of Rohan. Normally the precons are pretty good, but I don't know how much card draw is under the red cards in the precon. So Verge Rangers. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Fantastic. As long as an opponent controls more lands than you, you may play lands from the top of your library. Okay. Minas Tirith would be a good land. Yeah. Minas Tirith. Enters the battlefield tapped unless you control a legendary creature. Draw a card, only attack 2 more creatures this turn. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, that's good. It's a bit on the expensive side, but I think I already own this card because of the Odric deck that ended up not working out for me. So... Village Bellringer. When Village Bellringer enters the battlefield, untap all creatures you control. Fantastic. We have Minas Tirith. Okay. I figured we did. Might be an Ivor, but in that case I come back. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Because I feel like I would have gotten that on Odric, because Odric really was also just a very offensive deck. Even though it wasn't well made. And we can keep the Ivor deck as it is. I think it's fine. Search the library for a land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, activate it only if opponent controls more lands than me. Okay, so this is... We're getting ramp. We're getting some good ramp in a few of these cards, which is good. Okay. Increasing Devotion. Is this good? Create 5 1/1 white human creature tokens as well as cast from a graveyard. Create 10 instead. Holy crap. Yeah. Sunset Revelry. If an opponent has more life than you, gain 4 life. If an opponent controls more creatures than you, create 2 1/1 white human creature tokens. If an opponent has more cards in hand than you, draw a card. Oh, that's easy. That's a good. That's an easy include. Supreme Verdict. Spell can't be countered. Destroy all creatures. Hang on. Let me. I'll keep Goldbug up here so I can keep looking at it just to confirm. Prevent combat damage that will be dealt to the attacking creature you control. Humans can't be countered. Okay. Okay, so you want... Okay, so looking at Goldbug, you would want to actually play normally on the Scrappy Scout on the car version, so that your human spells don't get countered. Then when you go into attack, then it converts. It goes from a 1/3 to a 3/3, and then we prevent all combat damage to attacking humans. And then you cast 2 spells maybe later in the turn or at the beginning of your next turn to go back. So that way stuff doesn't get countered. Okay. Yeah, I think we just need a board wipe. I think that's fine. Supreme Verdict is a board wipe. It's fine. Visions of Glory. Create a 1/1 white human creature token for each creature you control. Flashback 10. This spell costs X less to cast this way, where X is the greatest mana value of a commander that you own on the battlefield or in the command zone. So it goes from being 10 to being 7. I mean, that's fine. The problem is in the precon, Eowyn is actually a 5 cost. It basically this will double. Well, it'll make white human creature tokens for each creature I control. So it's basically the it's basically your non-repeatable, really, Krenko or Squirrel Girl or whatever. Cost to play the first time is 5. The cost to play the second time would be 7. Because it'd be -3. Yeah. So it'd be 5, 6, 7. But if I was doing Eowyn, like the original precon, then it'd be 5 both times. Do not start this, Luke. Why the humans gotta be white? Listen, man, I don't make the rules. I don't make Magic the Gathering. That's what the card says. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it's honestly a good thing. Put target non-land historic permanent into its owner's library 4th from the top. Okay. We'll put this in the maybes, because like that's random. We already have Path to Exile. We already have Swords to Plowshares. Unbreakable Formation. This is a very good card, which I know we have. Creatures you control gain indestructible till end of turn. If it was cast during my main phase, put a 1/1 counter on each of those creatures. They gain Vigilance until end of turn. Yes, legendaries are historic. So, I mean, it would get rid of... Like, it's just an instant get rid of Commander, but it puts it in the deck. Or it would just remove it from the field. So it's not great. Like, let's go back. Well, no, but here's the thing, though. It's not a you don't get a commander for 4 turns. This is just a way to get rid of a commander for 2 cost. Because 99% of the time they would put it back into, because it leaves the battlefield, they just put it back in the command zone. I'm saying these words out loud, and I'm convincing myself. Yeah, no. Now that I say words out loud, put that in there. Put that in the fucking deck, man. I'm stupid. But yeah, no, it changes zones, so it would still have commander tax the next time you pay it. Yeah, no. Yeah. No commander for 2, and they have to pay commander tax. No, you're right. You're so right. You're absolutely the rightest. The most right. The most correct. Commander Sphere. Commander Sphere. Add 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. Draw a card. Yeah. The Crown of Gondor. Equipped creature gets 1/1 for each creature you control. When a legendary creature enters the battlefield under my control, if there is no monarch, I become the monarch. Equip 4. This ability costs 3 less to activate if you're the monarch. That's probably good, but I'll put it in the maybe board. We'll decide later. Late game, people potentially even put the commander 4 down because they're poor and tax is too high. True, that is true. Door of Destinies. I think I know what this one is. As this artifact enters, choose creature type. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, put a charge counter on this artifact. Creatures you control the chosen type get 1/1 for each charge counter on this artifact. Yeah. This is basically going to be a human Kindred deck being run by a Transformer. Which is really funny to think about. Heirloom Blade. Equipped creature gets 3/1. Whenever a equipped creature dies, you may reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card that shares a creature type with it. Put that card into your hand and the rest at the bottom of the library in any order. I mean, it gets me things to my hand. We'll see. We'll see. Herald's Horn, I think we already have. Or no. We have Horn of Gondor. So, Herald's Horn is different. When this choose creature type, creature spells of the chosen type cost 1 to cast. Beginning of upkeep, look at the top card of the library. If it's a creature card of the chosen type, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. Yeah. There's some card draw right there. We already have the talisman that we need for this deck. Yes, Talisman of Progress. Yeah. Thought Vessel. Oop. Thought. THOUGHT. Vessel. No maximum hand size. We'll see how much card draw you have and see if that's worth it. Vanquisher's Banner. Choose creature type. Creatures get 1/1. Whenever you cast a creature spell, the chosen type, draw a card. Okay. Yeah. And Wayfarer's Bauble. That's just the one that gives you... Sacrifice, search library for basic land card, put it in the battlefield, tap, shuffle. No. We can find better... things. Alright, enchantments. Enchantments. Oops. Banishing Light. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. We'll pass on that. Fealty to the Realm. When Fealty to the Realm enters the battlefield, I become the Monarch. Controls enchanted creature. Enchanted creature attacks each combat if able and can't attack me. Oh, so I just get somebody else's creature. Well, I force another creature to attack every turn. And he can't attack me. So it's goaded every turn. And I become the Monarch. Okay, that's good. Marshall's Anthem. I can't type. Multi-kicker, so I pay more. Creatures get 1/1. Enters the battlefield, return up to X target creature cards from the graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the number of times Marshall's Anthem was kicked. So 4, and then it'd be 6. That's a lot of mana. Put it in the maybes. Okay. And that's it. We have lands, but, like, lands are... Let me take a look through this real quick, actually. Just see if there's any special ones. Ooh, Windbrisk Heights is actually good. Hideaway 4. Land enters taps, and we can either tap it for a white, or we can tap a white and tap it to play the exiled card without paying its mana cost, if we attack the 3 or more creatures this turn. Which we're going to be attacking a lot. in this deck. So I think that is good. I don't think we need that. Bum. Okay. All right, so that's everything from the Riders of Rohan that I think is a good add to this deck. Oh, I didn't even get myself to the number of lands I needed. Let's double check the land base and add some things. Glacial Fortress would be good. 2 or more basic lands. It's probably fine. That's too expensive. Oh my god, they really put America the Beautiful on this card text for the Marvel set. Holy shit. Don't forget my Kindred lands? What do you mean? Am I dumb? What'd that mean? Like Path of Ancestry? The problem is nothing's going to be sharing creature types in my commander. Lands that have me choose a creature type. Oh, are there lands for that? Hang on. Am I dumb? I thought those were all just artifacts. Oh. Choose creature type. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only cast color creatures. Spell can't be countered. That's really expensive though. Yeah, Path of Ancestry. I can't do that because we have a robot in charge. Secluded Courtyard is kind of that, but like 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell of chosen type or activate an ability of the creature source of chosen type. I don't think that super matters. We could do Secret Tunnel. 2 target creatures you control that share a creature type can't be blocked this turn. Creatures that have all creature types. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Let's put Secret Tunnel in the maybe board. We'll think about that one. So which one? Metallic. Mimic. Ooh, okay, yeah. So let's do... choose a creature type. Oh, it's Outer Wilds. Hell yeah. Adaptive Automaton. Yeah. Think the evergreen word is Changeling? Yeah. Yeah, there's Changeling, but there's also other things. We'll look at Changeling here in a second, because there's only 56 cards to look through. Choose a creature type. Creatures you control are the chosen type in addition to other types. Same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. Now that seems good. But everything is already going to be human. Except for my commander. Or changeling, or you know, whatever we got here. That seems like it would be good, but at the same time, I don't think that's good for this deck. Because I feel like if we had a bigger variety of things... Yeah, if we had a bigger variety of things, I think it would be better. I don't think it's good for this deck specifically. The idea is cool, but I don't think it's good for this. Anything that changes the creature types, I don't think is useful because we're not trying to put things together. As this artifact enters, choose a creature type. Enters with a fellowship counter. Well, I think we need the fellowship counter. Let's be... Come on, I think we need the fellowship counter. For pulling Lord of the Rings here. Changelings. Cards every creature type, yeah. Choose creature type. Whenever another creature of the chosen type enters battlefield under control, put a 1/1 counter. Choose a creature type. 3 tap. Put a creature card of the chosen type from my hand into play. Wait, hold on. How many things do I have are worth more than 3 mana? $13? But how many of these, actually, how many of these are creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Oh wait, did I select both? Oh yeah, I selected all. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I'm selecting all 3. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 creatures. 6 creatures that fall under what essentially would make this a cost reduction. I don't know if this is worth it. I don't think it's worth it. If we had higher cost creatures, I think this could be good, but I don't think it's good. Chronicle of Victory, choose a creature type. 2/2 first strike trample. Cast spell the chosen type, draw a card. But that's also $20. Coordinated Barrage. Choose a creature type, Coordinated Barrage, deal damage to target attacking or blocking creature equal to the number of permanents you control the chosen type. Okay. Just a way to kill a card. Even if it's, like, big. Choose a creature type, draw a card for each permanent you control of that type, but that's for 4? I don't know. From the Rebel, choose a creature type. At the beginning of your end step, return target creature of the chosen type from a graveyard to the battlefield. Finality counter on it. If a creature with a finality counter on it would die, exile it instead. I'll put that in the maybes. Spells you cast the chosen creature type cost 1 less. When the artifact enters and at the beginning of my upkeep, look at the top card of my library. If the card's chosen type, you may reveal it and put it in my hand. If I don't put the card in my hand, I may put it into my graveyard. Could be good. Convoke, Choose a creature type, draw a card for each permanent control of that type. Okay, so this is... So in comparison to From the Rubble... Not From the Rubble. Distant Melody. There it is. So this is 4, this is 6. However, I can use tokens. I can use tokens and like various cards that I'm otherwise probably not going to attack with to pay for this. And basically take this down to 2 as opposed to 4. So this is actually, in my opinion, better. And I can also do this... since this is an instant, I can do this on somebody else's turn. So like a turn right before mine, if like I still have untapped stuff, I tap everything I need, I use Harmonized Crescendo, I draw a bunch of cards before my turn starts. That'd be good. Icon of Ancestry. Creature type, get +1/+1. Top 3 cards of the library. Reveal creature cards. Type. Put that into your hand. Yeah, I mean, obviously all of these are... Instruments of War with Flash. Okay, so it's a 1/1 boost with Flash. As Kindred Encounter... or Kindred Boon enters the battlefield, choose a creature type, put a divinity counter on target creature you control of the chosen type. Each creature you control with a divinity counter has indestructible. Okay. Prevent all combat damage. Can't be countered. Okay. Kindred Discovery. Anu! Hi, Anu. Welcome in. Mean Poo. You heard you can learn about commanders here. Well, let me tell you, I went over that explanation at the very beginning of the stream, but I can do it again. I can do it again. Let me finish going through this, because I have a handful, or a few more cards to go through, and then I can do it again. Choose creature type until determiner becomes a copy of the target, except... okay, whatever. Do it again for my other self. Yeah. I'll get there. We'll get there. Choose a creature type. 2/2. Patrick Banner. Oh, Patrick Banner because it gives mana. Actually, is really good. That's a human. Choose a creature type, draw a card for each creature you control of that type. Actually, that'd be pretty good. Because you're already good in the deck. The next spell chosen of the chosen type you cast this current be cast as though it had flash. Okay. Reflections of... Oh, there it is. Choose a creature type. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, copy that spell. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Wait, hang on. How many of the creatures are non-legendary? So 20. And let's work backwards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of 20 are legendary, which means that the other 14 can all be... Yeah. The other 14 can all be copied. And we're not even done, so we could add more humans later. Renewed Solidarity. As this enchantment enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control the chosen type get +1/+0 at the beginning of your end step. For each token you control the chosen type that's enchanted this turn, create a token that's a copy of it. Yeah, and how many say make a human token when they enter? Yeah. Oh, yeah, because it'll copy. Yeah. Riders of Gavny enter the battlefield, choose a creature type. This one's different. Human creatures you control have protection from the creatures of the chosen type. So this is a specific counter to any of my opponents, or to a specific opponent. And if I copy it, I can do that twice. It'd be like, no, merfolk, you don't get to attack me. No, merfolk. Yeah, you can't play Hawkball and all that. You know what? 2 copies, both of them merfolk. Because double. Because double fuck you. Double merfolk. You gotta kill both. Somehow. Oh my god. Okay. Lady Loki's Manifestation. Okay. Choose a creature type. It's chosen type addition to other types. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may draw a card for each other creature type. Shares a creature type with it. If I do, discard a card. Yeah, you can get Abby to take out one. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, because we're not... Urza's Incubator is not happening. So expensive. Alright, I think that's it in terms of searching that. We're at 62 cards, but I still haven't done the lands yet. Let's just get myself up to the requisite number of lands. I think we do that because we have... Yeah, we'll add a lot more blue, I think. Okay, so 90 cards. We have 10 to go. Okay, so... Anu. Welcome to Commander. Welcome to Magic the Gathering. Let me show you the deck we made earlier. So I can't go through everything on Magic the Gathering because obviously that's a lot. There's a lot of text on a lot of these cards, and it's not a thing that's a thing that you need to know. If you already know basic card games, you'll figure it out over time. It's a learning process. It's a very long learning process. Magic is, in fact, expensive. This deck is $125, and I went out of my way to make this cheap. No card in this deck is worth more than $5. Well, average of $5. So what makes Commander different from your like standard Magic, or what I guess modern Magic, is instead of a 60 card deck, it is a 100 card deck. Commander has 100 cards, and that includes your commander. Your commander is a creature, or is a legendary creature or other thing that otherwise allows it to be in the command zone. That is separate from your deck. So if we go into a playtest here for this deck, our commander and this secondary thing, which I will explain in a second, are their own thing. They are not in the deck. They're not in the library. They're not in the hand. They're here. Which means they can be played at any time if you have the prerequisite mana. For this deck in specific, this has choose a background. I can have a background as a second commander. So I have this Far Traveler background as a second commander. Sometimes you can have 2 creatures if they are partners. So I have Samwise and I have Frodo on one of my decks. You do a bunch of things. The other thing that makes Commander different from other formats of Magic, or at least the modern standard format of Magic, is with the exception of basic lands, you can only have 1 of every card. So I can have 14 plains and 15 swamps, but I'm only allowed 1 Swiftfoot Boots, only 1 Soul Ring, only 1 Accursed Marauder, only 1 of everything. And so that is... And also, Commander as a format is generally played amongst 4 people. A pod of 4 people. Sometimes you can have more than that. Sometimes you can play with less than that. It kind of changes how that goes. Does it make it harder to base a deck around a specific strat? No. Well, yes and no. So it allows you to use a broader strat if you're looking for one very specific strategy, like sometimes you will in the base game, or like the standard modern format. Yes, it would be harder to do something like that because, you know, you have 4 copies of every card, or you can have 4 copies of every card. So it's very easy to get the like 2 cards you need to set up a combo to do what you got to do. In Commander, it's more around broader concepts. So for this deck, it wants to pull creature cards from my graveyard. It also wants to exile tapped creatures and bring them back on my field. So it wants to... Okay, this went fine, and now it's going crazy. Move on, please. Move on to the music. So now I can have every card want to either... Well, basically just wants to enter the battlefield. And that's a very broad idea of any card wanting to enter the battlefield, because it can either leave the battlefield and come back with Far Traveler. It can go to the graveyard, come back to my hand, and I can play it again with Laconia. And so, you know, we have things like, when it enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a non-token creature. When this creature or another creature dies, target player loses 1 life and gain 1 life. So, like, I also have things leaving the battlefield as well, or dying. Yeah, Commander is very good, or is good to prevent specific combos from just kind of immediately breaking the game. You can do a lot more weird stuff and break the game in another way. But it is a much more casual friendly format to play Magic, in my opinion. Because, you know, since you have 100 cards and you can't duplicate cards except for lands, like, you have to put in just kind of whatever cards sometimes. Like, you don't have to super try hard in terms of collecting the cards you need to play. Like, I mentioned this earlier, but since the Marvel cards are available for standard formats, I have seen people, or I've seen posts about people go out, buy four of the Fantastic Four Commander Precons, just so they could have 4 Fantasticars in their modern deck. Like, this card is crazy. Like, look how expensive this is. And this comes in a precon. Like, a Commander deck, pre-constructed deck. And this comes in that, and people are buying 4 of them just to get this card, because it's the only way this card, the only way you can get this card. And so, like, if you're playing Commander, you could just buy that one precon, and you don't have to, you know, buy more of these. You just play the pre-constructed deck, and you're fine. And so, you know, your strategy for any deck you make will generally revolve around your commander, your people, enchantments, whatever you have in the command zone that you can play at any time. So obviously, like I said, the leaving the battlefield, re-entering the battlefield, all that stuff here is because this is the commander I've chosen. The other deck we're working on, the second deck we've started, is Goldbug, Humanity's Ally, the Transformer. Prevents all combat damage that would be dealt to attacking humans you control. Whenever I cast my second spell, each turn convert Goldbug. Human spells I control can't be countered. Whenever Goldbug at least one human attack, draw a card, convert Goldbug. So, because of that, if I look up human, most of my deck is humans. Or, I guess, hang on, type human. There we go. Humans. So many humans. Or wait, no. One filter, no results found. What was it? What's the syntax? Oh, here we go. Human. There we go. Lot of humans. Lot of humans in this deck. All humans in this deck. So you use your commander to kind of format how you want to construct the deck overall. You generally want something in the command zone that can be used multiple times in terms of like the effect can go off a lot of times. It has to be a legendary card. So if we type in legendary, you know, we've got all these. So like, let's compare Puljamar, Illusionist. This is a legendary creature, so it has the ability to be my commander. It's allowed to be my commander. However, it can't be for this deck because Goldbug is a white and a blue creature. So everything in my deck has to either be colorless, white, or blue. So everything has to match the color identity of your card. First of all. But for Poor Jamal, Illusionist, it's a legendary creature, so it could be a commander in a deck. But when it enters, choose a creature type, draw a card for each creature you control of that type. That is a good effect, but that's not something you necessarily need. And it also happens just like once, right? Unless you build an entire deck around bouncing the card, like getting this card off the field and bringing it back without costs, because it's a very expensive mana cost. And so, like, a lot of these could be good commanders for this, but I think it's just funny to have an Autobot be in charge of all the humans. Be in charge of all the humans of Gondor. So that's where we're at right now. That's what we're doing. We're making this deck. And so this is what I've been doing for the past 3 and a bit hours. Let's see categories here real quick. All right, we have Anthem, we have Copy, Counters. All right, we have 6 draw engines, 7 if we include the commander, so we have 7 ways of drawing. 8 ramp, which is good. Yeah, I might want to look into more ramp. Potentially. 10 removal, that's good. 7 tokens. And we have a lot of protection. Okay, so I think right now we just added a couple more human creatures, and I think we're good. I could be wrong, but let's see. Let's make it artifact or creature. Seems more casual and more financially viable. It is. It honestly really is. And they've done a really good job when making commander pre-constructed decks to make them good, or at least good enough for just like pick up and play purposes. So like most of the decks that we have are precons. So like if we look at my decks, I think I have. Okay, so like we have the Hobbit precon, Zergo, all the Final Fantasy ones. A couple of other things have stuff like that. Does Online Magic have access to Final Fantasy decks? Yeah. Like if you want to play, if you want to play the online version, you should be able to do the Final Fantasy. The only cards that I believe have issues on the online Final Fantasy or online Magic is Spider-Man, the Spider-Man set. Oh, lots of hot lady cards. True. You can actually on EDH Rec. Let me see if I can find the thing, because you can search by like specific art tags, and I don't remember where to look for that, but it's really funny. Okay, stop putting that overlay. Where do I look at the thing? I always forget where this is. I was looking for it earlier. Is it charts? No. Similar cards? Saltiest cards. That's really funny. Oh no, it's not EDH Rec. It's Scryfall. It's Scryfall. It's Scryfall. Yes. Women. No. Wait, advanced. There's a way to search it. Hang on. Actually, wait. I have one. Where is she? America. There we go. So we got Marika, Brutal Gladiator, Hot Buff Woman with a big hammer. We can open on Scryfall Tagger. And look, we've got, Butch. We've got Sword, Warhammer, Smile, Muscular, Digital Painting. We got art things. So, you can... I looked through this when I was looking for cards for Hedgie's Giant Woman deck. Like, do you want a deck just full of fists or breastplates? I don't know. Look for it. Figure it out. Do you want muscles? Here's muscles. This is what I was looking for earlier. It's on Scryfall, not EDH Rec. Of course. Look at all these. Look at all the muscles. Look up Nayali. Nayali. Nayali Sun's Vanguard. There we go. Not everything has all of the stuff. Some of these are... Is Nayali a guy? No. Female? Yeah, what? Yeah. Yeah, not everything is always here. So... Oh, yeah. No, it's... Character female. Oh, interesting. You can kind of, like, go down the line here. We can have an entire, just, female character deck. Once it loads it all, because it's going to load a lot. I don't know why it's just funny to me. Female, also known as woman. Okay, let's get back on topic. Let's get back to it. I don't know why it's funny to me, but it is. Okay. What was I searching? Artifact creatures for add. Okay, yeah. Add. Do you have mana? That's an artifact land. We don't want that. Can I tell it not to do land? Ooh. Interesting. Okay. We would tap 1 blue to get 3 colorless. That's pretty good, actually. How much do I have that would fall under that? I mean, obviously everything in the artifact section. Yeah, we don't have too many, like, just pips. The pips are this thing. The, like, things that you have to do the exact thing for. Versus just the number, which can be whatever. Improvise artifacts can help cast. Okay, we don't want that. I had that card. We pulled it last week, but I don't want that. Okay, one thing I will say about this playlist that is a little annoying is it goes back and forth between, like, lo-fi and dubstep. And I'm like, can these be 2 separate playlists, please? I don't want both these vibes all the time. Auton Soldier. Enter the copy of any creature on the battlefield except that isn't legendary, is an artifact in addition to the other types, and has Myriad. Except it isn't legendary, is an artifact in addition to its other types. Okay, so it keeps its types. We'll put this on the maybe. But these are lo-fi vibes to build decks too. It's true. But, like, occasionally this playlist just gives me crazy dubstep, and I'm like, don't. While voting, you may vote an additional time. Hey, you think if I go to my polls in November, think they'll let me use this? Will it matter? Probably not, but... But hey, 2 votes. 2 votes are 2 votes. As this creature attacks, you may tap a non-attacking creature you control without summoning sickness. When you do, add its power to this creature until end of turn. I don't know if I want that. Could be good, but... I need to buy, honestly, just like a whole... like a bunch of Bender's Water skins. These are really good. Especially if you want to do stuff on other people's turns. We could bring back the Bronze Walrus. No, not for this deck. Chromatic Lantern. It's really funny that it's the Fantastic Four logo for the Chromatic Lantern, but like there's 5 colors. There's 5 colors to turn into. Mounts and vehicles, no. Zombie horse. 4? Nah. A snow artifact. Huh. I like this art. Are you supposed to hear my music because you don't hear anything? It's coming through. It might be quiet. I mean, I know I put my audio output on my, music is fine? Oh, okay. I'll put it back down. I know I put my audio output for, the everything coming out of my computer at a much lower volume than my speaking. So I just do that for everything. But wait, hang on. This is entirely an entire aside. Hang on, I have to check something. I have to change a deck. Or I have to add a card to a deck. Where is Shadow the Hedgehog? This deck's not completed, just because I have so much stuff. But this Coin of Mastery, each creature you control enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it for each mana from an artifact source spent to cast it. If each spell you cast has split second if mana from an artifact was spent to cast it. Yeah, I should put this card in. Coin of Mastery. Thank you, Ninja Turtles. I assume this is the first printing of this card. Yeah, it is. Okay. Thank you, Ninja Turtles. Enters the battlefield tapped. Choose a card of a color of a card in a graveyard. No. Okay, if it's a creature and it's not human, we don't care about it for this deck, so we just look past it. If it's anything else, we can look at it. Kicker. Oh no. Yeah, it'll show kickers. Draw a card, discard a card, create a treasure token for the Daily Bugle newspaper. What a card. Maybe getting a beat every once in a while, but yeah, I mean, my audio output is a lot less than me by like almost 12 dBs. So the audio isn't as important in a stream like this, so it is what it is. I will look into it for the future, maybe. Probably when there's games that require more audio. Last streamer thinks it's the most important thing on the stream. Damn, cancel this man. Cancel me. Cancel me in my large head. Look at how large this head is. God, this card's so good. But it's so expensive. Mill a card, add colorless. Dion. It's Dion. Head so fat it blocks chat. It's true. I block chat. At the beginning of my upkeep, if opponent controls more lands than me, create a treasure token. Okay, that's pretty good. Choose another player. That player gains control of a treasure I control. I draw a card. Not as good, but just kind of have this dude sit here, and I gain treasure every turn if I'm not getting land. Tap Vibranium token. Dragon Man, reformed robot. I feel like there's probably faster ways to find what I'm looking for. Each player who has cast a non-artifact spell this turn can't cast additional non-artifact spells. Oh, that's crazy. Restores 20 MP for Ether. Yeah, we're not doing this one. Maybe if this was a vehicle artifact deck, like Tails, this could be good, but elephant. Add 1 mana of any color, land an opponent's control, produce. You know what? We'll add the Fell Warstone. Fell Warstone's just a good card. Even if it's just used for generic mana, it's still good to have. Enters the battlefield tapped. Add 2 mana of different colors. Is that good? I mean, it'd be a white and a blue every time. I don't know if that's necessarily good. It's 4 mana and you can't even use it immediately. Gandalf the White. You may cast legendary spells and artifacts as though they had flash. Oh, well, unfortunately, Gandalf the White is an avatar and not and not a human. Sorry, Gandalf. Him having flash is funny. Suddenly appears. Gandalf is not human. That is correct. Gilded Lotus, absolutely. Perfect. Necessary. Good to use. You may have Glasspool Mimic enter the battlefield as a copy of this creature you control, except it's a shapeshifter rogue in addition to its other types. But it can also be blue. Or it can also just be blue mana. But that's like... that's also above my money cap. Okay, tap Power Stone token for each other creature you control. They're artifacts with tap. Mana can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Okay, so I don't have enough artifacts for that. Or at least I'm not running enough artifacts for that to be worth it. As this creature attacks, you may tap a non-attacking creature, add its power to this creature until end of turn. When a listed creature scry 2, discard a card, gains indestructible to end of turn, tap it. I don't know. Artifacts. Room abilities of dungeons you own trigger an additional time. We're not doing that. Whenever you exile one or more cards from your hand in or opponent's battlefield, put 1/1 counters. Okay, no, we're not. Yeah, no, it's not useful. Not useful for me. Not useful for this deck. Hey, do you guys want a hot dog? A hot dog cart? Immortus, Master of Eternity. Add blue for each card you've drawn this turn. Ask me about my wiener. Planeswalkers you control have 0 proliferate and -12 take an additional turn after this one. Okay. Ooh. Should I introduce the ring to this deck? I at least know that mechanic. I'm not going to do that. Because it only would be the one time, so it's not worth it. Jill. Return it to one other target, non-land permanent, to its owner's hand. Exile Jill returns to the battlefield. Under its owner's control, activates a sorcery. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Tap all lands your opponent's control. Exile Shiva, then return to the battlefield. What if I just randomly add fucking Shiva? Jill as Shiva in the Transformers Rohan deck? You know what? Hang on. I know we've gone through a number of things. Let's just do this. Human. Why is human with a question mark? Why is there human with a question mark? No, not the question mark human. We don't want that. Human. Why is human with a question mark a thing? I'll have to look at that. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player may draw an additional card. If they do, spells they cast cost 2 more to cast this turn. Gross. It's for when you're unsure if they're human or if they're dancer. Shit, you right. We have enlist. We don't want enlist. Wait, there's multiple things. When voting, you get an additional vote. When voting, you may vote an additional time. Can I make a democracy deck? A lopsided democracy deck? It's like, all right, we're voting on things. I have 4 votes versus the rest of you. The 3 other people. So stupid. No, I'm not doing it. It's stupid. I cannot make a democracy deck. Other people we play with, yes, not me. That's why the closest thing I have to group hug is otters, because it gives people card draw. Sometimes. But then I turn around and cast my spells multiple times. I copy spells. I'm just going to get outvoted and upset my deck never works. True. It's so true. Whenever I cast my second spell each turn, investigate. Create a clue token, artifact with 2 sacrifice, draw a card. Okay. a wizard you control entering causes the triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers additional time. Otter wizards. I'd have to fully remake that deck if I wanted to do that, but I'm not because I like that deck how it is. Prosperous Thief. Rasputin. When Rasputin, the Oniromancer, enters the battlefield, put a dream counter on it for each opponent you have. Each opponent creates a 1/1 red goblin creature token. Tap, remove one or more dream counters from Rasputin. Add that much. Remove a dream counter from Rasputin. Create a 2/2 white knight creature token with protection from red. What the hell? Sergeant at Arms. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. I can kick it, and I create 2 tokens. That's good. That's a good. Sheriff of Safe Passage enters the battlefield with 1/1 counter on it, plus an additional 1/1 for each other creature you control. Plot. I may pay 1 and a white and exile this card from my hand. Cast as a sorcery on a later turn without paying its mana cost. Plot only as a sorcery. Okay, so I could just like pay the 2 and just wait until I get a ton of creatures on my field. That could be good. Oh, wait. Sunblessed Healer. If this creature enters if it was kicked, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to battlefield. That's good. We had that one. Let's put this on the side. We'll see. We'll see how much I like that. So much Urza. All the Urza stuff. As an additional cost to cast this spell, tap 2 untapped artifact creatures and/or lands you control. Whenever Winter Soldier attacks, return target creature card with mana value less than or equal to Winter Soldier's power from my graveyard to the battlefield. If a hero enters this way, it enters with an additional 1/1 counter. Okay, so that's for a hero deck, which we are not doing. Witch Enchanter. When Witch Enchanter enters the battlefield, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls, or I could just use it for a land. Or Zephyrim. As additional cost of this spell, you may pay 2 any number of times when this creature enters the battlefield. Create that many tokens that are copies of it. With Flying and Vigilance. And a Miracle, you may cast this card for a miracle cost when you draw it if it's the first card you drew this turn. Okay, let's do this. Humans that do human things. Power equal to the number of creatures you control. Whenever you attack for each opponent, create a 1/1 white human creature token that's tapped and attacking that player or planeswalker they control. Yes! More tokens! Draw a card, discard a card, put a quest counter on Arcade Ganon. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact or human spell from the graveyard with mana value less than or equal to the number of quest counters on Arcade Ganon. That's also good. Where am I at on numbers? 96. Okay, we have 4 more cards to add. Tap a non-human creature. It dies, create a 1/1 human warrior creature token. Cemetery Protector. When Cemetery Protector enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell which shares a card type with the exiled card, create a 1/1 white human creature token. So, I mean, it's basically exile a human, and anytime I play a human, I get a token. It's not bad. Oh, Champion of the Parish. Whenever another human enters the battlefield under my control, put a 1/1 counter on Champion of the Parish. That's good. That's cheap, and that's good. Cosmogrind Zenith. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens. Put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Which we want to do 2 spells each turn. Because Goldbug. Whenever I cast my second spell each turn, convert Goldbug. Enters, create a 1/1 human. Tap 2 untapped humans you control. Exile target artifact or enchantment. That could be good. Faramir Field Commander. Beginning of my end step, if a creature died under my controller's turn, draw a card whenever a ring tempts me. If I choose a creature other than Faramir as my shield or as my ring bearer, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. Well, I don't have things to make the ring tempt me, so we're not worrying about that. Faramir. At the beginning of your end step, choose an opponent. At the beginning of that player's next end step, draw a card if they didn't attack you that turn. Otherwise, create 3 1/1 white human creature tokens. Okay. Yeah, we'll get Faramir. Oh, another Faramir. Werewolf? No. Greymon. Oh my god, that's so expensive. I didn't even see that. Is it literally just... Ah, okay. Got it. They made Rick from Walking Dead, and they needed a card that wasn't Rick for other reasons. Never mind. We're not doing that. That card's expensive as shit. What was the effect? As Greymon Evasion Steward enters the battlefield, choose 2 abilities from among First Strike, Vigilance, and Lifelink. Humans you control have each of the chosen abilities. As long as you control 4 or more humans you control get +2/+2. So, you know, real fucking strong. Yeah, that's real strong. Crazy. Planeswalker. Otherworldly Escort. Oh, no. Spirit Detective stuff. Minas Tirith Guardian garrison's power is equal to the number of cards in your hand. Whenever Ministry's Garrison attacks, you may tap any number of untapped humans you control. Draw a card for each human tapped this way. Okay. Protector of Gondor enters. Create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. That's a 4 cost for a 3/3 and a 1 token. That's not... It's not great. Create a number of 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens equal to your devotion to white. Maybe? Oh, I could just tap you to make a creature token. Okay. That's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, 101. We went over. We went over. Okay, let's put that guy away. Where'd he go? Move to the maybe. All right. We have 100 cards. This is legal. What do you mean optimized for? I have 2 infinite card combo pieces in my deck. Oh my god. I didn't even consider that. Wait, but what does that do for me? I exile it, I bring it back, but it untaps all my creatures. But it there's nothing I can do with that. Like, sure, my creatures are untapped, but like I don't have anything that is like tap to deal damage, or tap. I mean, I have a couple things for tap for mana, but like that's fine. You can claim that it's optimized for, but I don't believe you. That's a lie. All right, let's play test this. All right, I'll keep this hand. All right, island. Next turn. Control planes. This comes in untapped. We tap 2 for the Coppercoat Vanguard. Play the island. How much is it for Goldbug? Oh yeah, and then we tap 3, bring out Goldbug. There we go. We go here. Oops. We go here. We tap this for this. For Champion of the Parish. We tap 3. We lose 1 life because of that. For Bastion Protector, this gets a +1/+1. Other humans, I get +1/+0 and Ward 0. Or Ward 1. That's the second thing I've cast this turn. So I have to convert this. How do I do that? How do I flip card? There we go. Now human spells can't be countered. Okay. Okay. All right. This is. All right. We go Windrush Heights. It has Hideaway Force. We look at the top 4 cards. Wait, what do I get? Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Exile 1 face down, then put at the bottom in a random order. Land enters tapped. Play exiled card without paying its mana cost, only if it attacked with... Oh. Yeah, okay. So I would take Increasing Devotion. We'll exile this, I guess. And then they go to the bottom of the library. This enters tapped. So then on a later turn, we can play this for essentially 1 to get 5. Yeah, I'll play this for essentially 1, and then it goes back to the graveyard. And then we tap 4. We have to lose a life because we don't have... Yeah, we'd have to lose a life. And then we choose a creature type to make this good against. We add 1. Okay, this deck is all right. Okay. Let's do a reset here. We'll just do one more check and then that'll be it. That's a lot of lands. Holy shit. Would you mulligan that? That's so much land. I mean, it's not like you have a way to... It's not like you have a way to get it. Like, to get anything with this, so... Yeah, okay. This is good. So it'd go... Island. Next turn. Glacial Fortress. Yeah, this deck doesn't have a way to just, like... I mean, it has card draw, but it doesn't have, like, absurd card draw to get what you need early. I mean, that'd be the problem, is you wouldn't be getting what you need early. Oh, we can actually tap this. Yeah, now your Hawkball would probably be good for it. Because, like, as soon as you get Hawkball out, you start ramping. Like, you can immediately start... Or not ramping, but you can start, you know, doing some good stuff with Hawkball. Is that right, how that works? I mean, casts card for convert... Yeah. So we have it converted, so we have a car. Yeah, you'd be ramping. Oh yeah. You just put lands. Oh yeah, for sure. Then we do this, and then Arcade Ganon. Would we want Arcade Ganon? Oh wait, no, we can't put Arcade Ganon. We only have 3. So it'd have to be This. Creature spells cost 1 less to cast. Yeah, Nelly has bad ramp, so yeah. So it makes sense to just keep stuff early. Because then you can just start playing things the moment you get them. Prayer Stream. And then now, since we can play things for less, we can play human cards for cheap. So, I mean, we just do 3. 3 for Boromir. Now we don't have any lands, but that's okay. Because we can pay 3 for this. It's a 2-land hand. That could be dangerous. What does that look like? Well, I wouldn't do that, first of all. I'd do that. I could play Goldbug as the car form. Yeah, and now I get a turn with no land drop. There we go. Well, okay. I mean, this would have to work the following turn. But I could consistently do this at this point. So, next turn, we draw. I don't get anything, I tap, I get a land, I get to play it, and then... Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but it's not the worst. And then we can do that. We have another land here. Let's just say we do this, because we're already behind. Get another land. We can tap 3 for this guy. Okay. I mean, if we pull this card, if this card gets pulled early, that's a way to recover from a bad hand start. But otherwise, I think that's actually fine. Nope, I went to home page again. Also, I am noticing 26 to 27, but we actually really only have 21 to 45. Good lord. Oh yeah, so I probably want to take this down to like 11 and then put this up to like 19. Not 20, 19. 19. Yeah. I may also just want to look through this deck and see if there's anything that I could take out to replace with blue to make it a little bit more even. Like, a little bit more even split. Because that might make things a little bit better. Alright, well, we've made 2 decks. This one's apparently potentially bracket 4, which is not true at all. It's like, I have a potential 2-card infinite combo, but I don't have anything to do with that. So, there's nothing that can be done with that, as far as I can see. And then we have this one, which is bracket 2. And these cards, hang on. Let's optimize the printings on everything. Oh, wow, that changed this card. I didn't even notice that. Hang on. I don't think I want that. I think I'd rather have this one. Give me that one. And then we optimize the printings here as well. Oh my god, it puts Shadowbringers as the card for this. That's so funny. That's the optimized version. Oh my god, that looks so much cooler. What the hell? Why are the cooler looking cards the optimized ones? What? Who would do that? Yeah, so we've got 2 decks that optimize printings, put them both at under $100 each. 81 for the bounce deck, and 92 for the humans deck with Goldbug. That's kind of crazy. Chad, if you think I should get these decks, give subs. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I think that's a good stopping point. We got two decks made. It took like 4 hours, and my eyes are burning from staring at the screen reading cards for that long. So yeah. If you give subs, I'm sending you to jail. Oh no. Oh no. Don't do it, chat. Don't get sent to jail. That's true. I need to find my bad habits myself. I did just get paid today, but I'm not spending my money immediately. So. We will, we'll see. See in the future if I make these decks, and if I do, I'll let you know. I will make a post being like, I got the things I made on stream. Go look at how we designed these decks. Hooray. But yeah. YouTube, if you like what you saw, like, comment, subscribe, check out the Twitch channel. Let me know if you want to see more of this, I guess. Yeah. Or other Magic or card game related stuff, because we opened some packs and now we did this, and you know there's more I could do. Let me know, YouTube. Bye bye.